Good morning. We might be a little light on attendance today, but we'll motor on. So we do have enough people there. One, two, three. Okay, great. Okay, so we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 445, and the chair will recognize Representative Ullery to introduce the bill, although I will need a pink card from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jordan Ullery, Hillsborough 13, the town of Hudson. This past summer, I sat on a commission to discuss some of the issues surrounding OPLC. I think I finally got those acronym down. In that, we came up with a series of issues. I won't say problems because they're surmountable. Issues faced by OPLC, one of which was the mandatory requirement in current law that any excess funds are lapsed into the general fund at the end of the biennium, which means that there's gap years that exist because they've got excess funds, so the excess funds have to be lapsed back into the general fund. So one of the ways to continue their process in order to make sure that they have money for investigators when people make allegations against licensed individuals, so that they can continue to operate their various operations, including issuing new licenses and organizing the board. Extra funds are required. They estimate that it costs them around $3 to $5 million every year to fill in these funds. Therefore, we decided, the commission decided, we split up different tasks. You will notice throughout the calendar several different bills that are going to be coming up, including one which is a massive reorganization and recodification bill that is being handled by eDNA, which is is a result of the work that we did over the summer, which, 2 or 3 times a week we got together with OPLC staff and shareholders and got their input. Some of the stuff that you see in the governor's budget, I would be willing to say came out of the discussions that we held, although I don't know for sure. But those were certainly some of the things that we discussed. I would remind people that the L in OPLC stands for licensure. Licensure, by definition, means the ability to do something that is otherwise illegal to do. We've all received emails regarding landscaping. A literal interpretation of granting a license to a person to plant a rose bush means that you couldn't take care of your own roses or tulips or whatever, but that's aside from what this bill is. It's just a generalized discussion of it. There's a difference between certification, which is a qualification to do something, and licensure, which is permission to do that which is otherwise illegal to do. So just so the language is straight. You'll notice this commission was bipartisan. This bill is bipartisan. Happy to sponsor it. Basically, it sets up a non-lapsing fund in general, which passed eDNA committee. The eDNA committee requested that we put a cap on that, which is in amendment 0332H, which you should have received today, single page handout, which is there. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Senator Lang, formerly of this committee, and his bill. Apparently he forgot he signed on to my bill in eDNA, or in his Ways and Means committee, sets up the same thing. They added an amendment onto their bill, which requires reporting by OPLC. I just spoke, and it seems as though that would be an acceptable. The two can be easily merged together at some time, whether at a committee or conference or we adapt his language or he adapts our language or something like that. But it would seem to me that it would be both meeting the needs of the ED&A committee, which wanted a cap on the amount of funds that would be retained by OPLC, and a reporting of the expenditures of the funds. Both to me sound like an excellent idea, particularly since there has been some question regarding how this operates. One of the other bills we talked about was just recently was the public public notice of meetings, which communication was an issue within OPLC, which the commissioner readily agreed that it was an issue, and some of the boards were acting more independently than they were working within the overall structure. But basically, what this bill does is one small part of a larger part that's going to mesh together and come up. The idea is to have it separate from the budget in statutory law regarding how it operates, and give each one of the sections a good looking over as we go through, and then mesh them all together, mash them up, and come up with something. So with that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to answer limited questions, but I would prefer to defer the operation of OPLC and how this fund would operate to the staff.
Questions for the sponsor? Oh, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions and they're not related, so if you want to separate them, that's fine. I'm confused about two things, and I'll just do one at a time. There is a lapse at the end of the biennium, correct?
Currently, yes.
And I'm confused as to why, given that we set up a budget now for the next 2 years, why that same process wouldn't be happening for the OPLC, so there shouldn't be a lapse in funding, just as with any other department.
Other departments do have carryover funding. OPLC doesn't. Everything that they have lapses at the end of 2 years, which then leaves them with a gap year. I'll let OPLC discuss that in more detail as to how it operates, if you don't mind, Representative.
Follow up.
Actually separate. I'm also trying to figure out what kind of capital expenditures are involved.
Bunches.
I would like to hear more about them.
And I'm sure that the commissioner would be happy to explain.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Platt.
Yes, we just passed a revenue estimate. And did any of that revenue estimate include monies into the general fund from OPLC? I'm sure it's minuscule, but is there any at all? Do you know?
They during the summer we learned that it goes for $2-3 million. It's minuscule monies come back. It depends on how many licenses are issued. It's a very flex term. How much money is around when it's around at the end of the biennium. It's kind of like we used to have a tax in the state that was based on product on site, and the stuff got moved the day that they took inventory, and then it got moved back the day after they took inventory, and that's kind of what happens with a lot of the funds that lapse.
Other questions? Representative Almy.
Thank you. How much is the total amount of fees? What's the total intake of the is this supposed to be a department? It's an office, right?
The exact number, I will let the commissioner discuss that with you. What I will say is that these vary according to how many people are applying for license, how much money is expended in order to, for example, we learned that one of the smaller licensed agencies is Midwifery. We used to get a report from Midwifery.
Two of them.
Remember, it was real small. but the largest number of complaints comes from that department. Why? Oh, I could say something, but I won't. I'll get in trouble. But it's that's what happens. They need extra funds from there, so it gets taken from others. So as to the equitability of the application of license fees to other individuals within the universe of OPLC, this is a method of smoothing that out and being able to maintain the lower numbers, which would include landscape architects, for example, regarding complaints and investigations and having to deal with this, that, and whatever that comes up with a professional board. Their costs are going to be lower. Therefore, their license is going to be lower, but they're actually paying more now because they need to shift some of the money from them and everyone else in order to pay for activities regarding this particular profession or that particular profession, wherever that happens to be the target at the current time. So this is a buffer, if you will, to allow being able to handle those transitory complaints. Did I say that right?
Did you have a follow-up?
Yes, was the commission considering that the boards have more duties and more benefits than just on listening to the complaints and dealing with them?
Yes, we went
Because
into
they
we went
produce a lot of information that the people in the professions want to.
Yes, and the boards that were present and partook in the discussion were largely in favor of the construct and supported the idea of keeping their license fees for their entities rather than shifting the cost to cover some of the others as the needs to investigate this, that, or something else took place. The or initial fiscal note regarding what did I hear down in finance just the other day on the 91A issues, the fiscal note got wrong. You notice that there's a minuscule fiscal note attached to this, which is, doesn't say much of anything, but because there's not much of anything to say, this is a retained fund, and reporting on it would make sense, and having a fixed amount than anything in excess of that, so that the agency does not overindulge, if you will, is prevented.
Representative Platt.
Yes. Representative Ullery, you said that the Senate has passed a similar version bill, because I think you said that. It came out of Ways and Means over there anyway, the other body.
That's correct. It came out of Ways and Means, Tim Lang's committee, Senator Lang's committee,
Yeah.
and it'll go to the Senate on Thursday.
All right. So the question I was really asking is, if they did pass it, it's going to come over here, we could amend it. Why do we need this bill? Why could we just pull this bill and let wait for the Senate version and amend it?
For a couple of reasons, one of which, if we put our position on regarding a cap on the amount of monies within the bill, then we can put the two together. But and as I said earlier, there are provisions within Senator Lang's bill that were not included in this bill, although he's a co-sponsor of this bill, that need to be merged together. But we need to set our position so that we can discuss it with their position, so we can come up with a joint position, so we can have a position on the position.
Other questions from the committee? Oh, Representative Fellows.
I have a lot of questions, but the only one I want to ask now is, it has to do with the timing of this. So it says effective, it's an FN bill, which I thought meant we needed to have taken care of it quickly. But this is the second committee. So we got to, because it's FN, it has to be taken care of quickly. But the effective date is 60 days after passage, and I'm just confused of how that would even work, because that gets into the following biennium and just,
No, it creates the fund. That's all it does. And you're creating the fund. The fund could be set up by DRA today.
it's the lapsing part that it doesn't go to.
Yeah, the lapsing part.
When would it lapse?
It would lapse the next biennium. This won't
Okay,
pass.
so not-
This
okay,
won't
not
pass
the
until the very
biennium.
beginning of the
Not-
next biennium.
Not 2023. It wouldn't be
No, it'll
they'd
be
be holding until
2024.
2025.
What, 2025, right?
Thank you.
Excellent question. Anything else from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And don't forget your pin card. Okay, we'll now welcome up Lindsay, and I cannot read your last name, Lindsay. I apologize, from the OPLC.
No, that's my apology, Madam Chair. I have terrible handwriting. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lindsay Courtney. I am the Executive Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, and wish to thank Representative Ullery for bringing this bill forward. We are fully in support of this bill. Just to take a step back, OPLC is completely agency funded. We don't receive any general funds. We don't receive any funds from any other source other than licensing fees, with the exception of, on occasion, fees or fines, administrative fines. We also receive some funds from the Department of Health and Human Services because we perform certain tasks on their behalf as part of compliance with CMS regulations. But by and large, we are completely, fully a self-funded agency. Our budget is typically approximately $13.5 million. Our revenue varies fairly substantially because our renewal time periods are inconsistent. We have some months that are incredibly high in terms of renewals, and then some months where we don't receive many renewals at all. Most of our licensees renew within a biennium, although that up until recently, we did have several license types that renewed every 3 years, which created a varying degrees of revenue over the course of several years. Our fund is already a dedicated fund. The purpose of our fund is solely to provide for the operational expenses of the office, which is really to give back to the licensees and making sure that we're administratively supporting the boards within the office. Right now, however, our funds, significant portion of our funds lapse to the general fund. The change to the lapse at the biennium occurred last year. Up until that point, our lapse had occurred every fiscal year. And to give you an idea, in 2016, we lapsed 4.7 million, 2017, 5.5, 2018, 5.5, 2019, we didn't lapse anything because there was a change in the statute. 2020, we lapsed 6.9, 2021, $4 million, and last year we lapsed 3.6. This is problematic when you consider the fact that our budget is only $13.5 million. We are lapsing a significant portion of that into the general fund. So in essence, our licensee dollars are being utilized for general fund purposes, which obviously is not the intent of our licensee fees. We believe it's important for us to retain the licensee fees for two purposes. One, that would allow us to essentially reduce fees if appropriate. And two, be able to save for capital expenditures. Those would typically include software updates. Obviously, that costs a significant sum of money, so we need to be able to save for that. And then two, we are looking into other alternatives for physical location that is not leased space, because presently we are paying a significant sum toward our lease. So those are the two capital expenditures of which I can think that we would save for. But it's very important that the office be able to maintain some buffer because we do see inconsistencies in our revenue that are at times driven by the market. For example, real estate. When real estate is really hot and the market is going well, we see an influx of applicants. So we see an influx in fees, but we also see an influx in the need for the support that we provide. We need to be able to respond to that. Additionally, unlike other agencies, on July 1, we start with $0. We have no money. And July is not a renewal timeframe. So it's difficult for us, obviously, to maintain our expenditures. Fortunately, we can make payroll even though we do not have the money to cover that because of the RSAs surrounding that. But it is important for us, and I think for the agency operations, to be able to have some buffer, some funds in the bank. And then lastly, I would just say, again, that the purpose of our funds is not to fund anything other than the office. And so to the extent that we could reduce those fees, modify fees, making sure that we're not, taxing people inappropriately, that is really the intent behind this bill. With that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Representative Platt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me make the question. Thank you for taking it, Ms. Courtney. If my mathematical mind says that this is essentially a one-time loss of $5 million maybe to the state, and from then on it's the same, because we're just allowing you to keep a buffer. Is that right?
Correct.
Representative Rochford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Courtney. I just want to, and just for the record, I am licensed by OPLC. I have a professional pharmacist license. And I do want to hit on something that Representative Ullery talked about, but it's because it's something I think that warrants discussion. In that you've got a number of boards that are charged all kinds of fees, and it sounds like some boards and some professions utilize OPLC perhaps more than others. Yet some professions, like mine, we pay a lot of money for our licenses. I know, like he mentioned, midwifery, I think they're $136 for a license. My license is $278. We charge $2,000 for a non-resident pharmacy to just mail penicillin into the state. So looking at this bill, I think it's a good time for us to understand really how this would provide more equitable allocations of fees and how we can reduce fees. So do we have a plan, or do you have a plan that would take us past this bill into what operationally we would see to do that?
Certainly, and thank you, Representative, for the question. This bill doesn't directly address allocation of indirect costs or costs back to the boards. Allocation of costs remains a huge problem and a challenge that we've been working with. The committee discussed this at length. That was established by Senate Bill 330. Historically, all of the boards had statutory authority to establish their own fees. So most of the fees that are established were established by the boards via rulemaking, or they were established in statute, which led to some boards being essentially required to charge, 300% of their expenses, or not being able to meet their expenses and cover their costs because the statute provided a ceiling as to what they could charge. So over the years, OPLC statute has been amended to allow us to enact rules regarding fees. And I think the intent was to allow us to basically implement an allocation method that was fair and equitable and ensured that all of the boards were covering their costs, but they were not completely exceeding their costs such that it became an unconstitutional tax. The problem with that legally was that the board's authority to set fees and the statutory fees were not removed from the board statutes. And so there was a legal conflict. And over the last couple of years, we had worked with the legislature to remove portions of fee setting authority from the board statutes. We were not successful with the exception of removing the statutory fees. But the committee or the commission established by Senate Bill 330 has recommended removing the board's ability to promulgate rules regarding fees. And there is a separate bill pending that would basically perform that cleanup. And so we are planning to move forward with, once we have the authority, establishing fees. we do need to address the cost allocation method. And recently, we sat down with Bureau of Accounts to discuss what options were available to us from an administrative standpoint to monitor, to track what staff are doing. A large portion of our costs come from personnel-related costs. And so they presented some options to us utilizing what the state already has. And we do plan to implement a new cost allocation method starting with the next fiscal year that'll require staff who are providing support to more than one board to track their time accordingly, so that then we can determine which boards are utilizing staff, how often, what that costs, and then we can allocate those costs directly to the boards and reassess fees based on those costs. So we get a little bit more of an accurate picture of what boards are actually using. But until such time, we need that data. I don't think we'll see all of the fees essentially be level set. It's going to take a couple of years to get that access to that information.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. Representative Abrami and I worked maybe 10 years ago now on the first of these mergers that finally created OLPC. And then this committee got totally removed from the process after that. But we set the fees at that point after a lot of work with all of the stakeholders for the smaller medical health related, including there were two groups of midwives at that point, and one of them refused to talk to us. And there is the Manufactured Housing Board, which is the odd person out of the system, and there is the dropped out of my mind right now. There's another one. Oh, the opticians assistants group, which I forget whether it's called a board or not. And those really are incapable of paying for themselves. Are you eliminating? I haven't been able to find time to read HB2 yet to find out what, besides the ones that have been screaming at us, are being eliminated. I do know that one of the reasons that some of them are screaming is that it is going to be much more difficult for consumers to find what they need. And it also means that people like the cosmetologists aren't going to be able to get the regular information they've been getting about the poisons and the chemicals they use. So,
Representative, could you just clarify your
so
question?
I would just like to know what is going on. Most of us, we're only hearing the people who are screaming, but we don't. Are you going to eliminate all the ones that can't pay for themselves?
So that wasn't the objective, or I don't believe that's the objective of HB2. Last year, and I forget the bill, the legislature did eliminate all statutory fees, and I think you're referring to opticians, midwives that had a statutory fee of $110. That statutory fee was insufficient to cover their costs. And the commission that was established by Senate Bill 330 discussed this at length. I raised the issue in the context of LNAs. And I believe the report does document that it was the commission's belief, and I share that belief, that professionals need to be able to pay for their license and pay for the costs, that other professionals should not be subsidizing the cost of other professionals, to the extent that there is a question of whether or not professions can't fully pay for the cost of a license. Maybe they need to be subsidized, but it shouldn't be by other people, because then that becomes an unconstitutional tax. So certainly, the committee could explore other mechanisms for funding those professions. But I don't think it's appropriate, for example, to shift costs from pharmacies to other professions that don't make a lot of money simply because pharmacies have money, because that's not the purpose of a license fee. And so I think that is part of the discussion that came out of this commission. But I think you're referring to HB2, which is completely separate and distinct from this bill. And there are a couple of professions that are proposed to be eliminated in House Bill 2. You raise cosmetology. It's just the booths that are a duplicative license. There are a couple of others, but it's unrelated to the issues of fees.
So is
Follow-up?
it removing the Manufactured Housing Board, which maintains, I hope, still a very good website, which helps those places?
Is that a question on
survive?
House Bill 2? Because we really
Yeah.
should be focused on this.
I really feel like we have a piece of the tail of the elephant, and that this has been spread all over the place, and that most of us are out of the conversation. Thank you.
Other questions for, yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we get a budget from the office? I would really like to get a breakdown of costs and revenues before I think about voting on this.
Yeah, if that's
I
something
can
you could
certainly provide.
that'd be great. Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Representative Fellows, or questions here. We're in a public hearing. Questions.
So I'm going to ask a question, but I'm just going to ask for a confirmation, and that doesn't count as my real next question. So when I go to the LBA's website and I can find on there the OPLC presentation to finance, and I believe in there, isn't there a little chart that lists all of the ones that are proposed for elimination?
Yes, because we anticipated that the Division One Finance may ask what the fiscal impact would be for eliminating a licenses. So to be a little bit proactive, we did the math, and if HB2 were to go through, we would lose about.
So that was the reason I asked that question, is because that's a reference to answer a lot of these questions that are coming up.
Okay, thank you, Representative.
So now for my real question. So I'm very concerned that the philosophy that apparently came out of this study, which I have not read, is that a group of people who are licensed for a particular license are somehow always responsible for paying the whole cost of that license. Because in my mind, the purpose for licensing anybody is to protect the public. So I can understand that maybe there's some issue with charging them more than somehow their allocation is, but for some not to be able to support what is a reasonable license fee is not a reason to put them on the cut list. Do you agree?
Well, I agree that that's not a reason to put them on the cut list, except that I would disagree with the premise that that is the basis for the proposed repeals in HB2. That, I mean, again, that's not an OPLC requested bill, but if you look at the proposed professions to be eliminated in House Bill 2, those are not professions that have difficulty with paying for their license fees. I think, I'm not taking a policy position on this, but I think the legislature has a question that needs to be answered, which is, if the purpose of licensure, which it is to protect the public, then why are the professionals who are required to obtain a license forced to fund the cost of that license? You know, some have argued that it should be general funded. I'm not taking a position, but if you are going to require their licensed professionals to fully pay for the cost of having the license, how is it fair to make other professionals pay for somebody else's license as opposed to the public as a whole? And I think that's what we're talking about, because, for example, you have the cosmetology board, which has much more expenses than most other boards because they conduct inspections. They're paying for about 46% of their costs. What that means is acupuncturists, accountants, other licensed professionals are paying for cosmetologists. Now, if you want other people to pay for cosmetologists, why should it be limited to those who are required to have a license? Should the funds not come from another source? So I think that's the policy question that the legislature has to grapple with. But if the determination is that licensees have to fully pay for the cost of their license, which is what is currently statutorily required, then I don't think it is appropriate to have other individuals subsidize that license. And it actually is a tax.
Thank
So-
you.
Follow up to that?
Look, I need to rein this in a little bit and
This is
remind folks
very-
that
this is directly
okay,
related
but let me
to
just
the-
remind everyone, right now we've gone back and forth. This is why it's a little confusing. We've been doing full committee work sessions, which is appropriate to do more of this conversational stuff. However, this is an actual public hearing, and we are here to listen to testimony and ask clarifying questions, not to debate or, you know, showcase our opinions on things. I just want to remind everyone that this is a public hearing, and we really do need to be focused on the revenue aspects of this bill. And we can talk about HB2 separately later. Okay? Okay,
This is-
go ahead.
Yeah. So this has to do with transfer to the general fund. Do things that happen related to licensure ever impact agencies that are other agencies, like the AG, when somebody actually, for example, that medical technician that gave a lot of people Hep C? So what situations that happen can be impacted outside your agency that could justify sending some of that money back to the general fund?
So is your question whether licensed professionals have an impact on other state agencies, or whether our agency has an impact on other state agencies?
I'd say both.
With respect to our agency, we fully pay for the cost of the services provided by other agencies. We fully fund 2.5 positions at the Department of Justice. We also pay for indirect costs through DOIT, and we have direct costs through DOIT. We also have an agreement with Division of Personnel. We pay them $50,000 a year to provide backup services for the HRSU. So we are fully funded. With certainly licensed professionals can impact the state, but I would argue that's not a licensing issue. That is an issue of, criminal nature or other types of conduct that don't fall within the licensing jurisdiction.
Follow up?
Yeah, can you just explain the AG positions that related to that? Are they advisory or? So there could be some impact outside your agency other than paying IT and personnel, which all agencies do. So there could be some. So your positions.
I disagree with that. I think that the agency fully pays for the cost of all services for the state. We pay more than our fair share. For example, we are fully funding 2.5 positions at DOJ to provide 1, legal counseling to the agency, and 2, to prosecute cases of unlicensed practice, and a paralegal. Now, I can tell you that those people likely do work on other things unrelated to OPLC, but we still pay for the full cost of those positions. We are fully funding and fully paying for our costs, and then some.
Representative Platt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's not directly apropos to this bill, because this bill is just saying non-lapse versus lapse. You want it to non-lapse. But you brought it up, earlier question about loss of revenue coming from loss of reduction in number of licenses required. And have you also done an analysis to see how you could cut your costs so you could stay? Is there a net loss or gain out of that? And if there's a net loss, would you have to make that up by increasing license to all the remaining licensees?
I think, yes, we have done an analysis, although I think it's slightly premature, because HB2 not only proposes to eliminate certain license types, but it also proposes to transfer certain license types to OPLC. So it's unclear what impact that will have to a revenue from a revenue standpoint. I did provide Finance Division 1 with that analysis of what we would see in terms of reduction in revenue. But I'll say, for example, just by eliminating LNAs, that's 10% of our licensed population. That would clearly result in a reduction of the necessary administrative support. So I think we would see and observe, and certainly have to, a reduction in overall costs to supporting the boards. That said, if we were to get the Boxing Commission, auctioneers, and others that are proposed to transfer over, we need to do that analysis as to the impact of the revenue and administrative support. And our experience has been that when we take on a board, typically there's a little bit more work involved on the front to basically try to synergize that board's statutes with ours, kind of clean it up to make sure that it works with the agency. But I do anticipate that if the license types were eliminated, we would see a reduction in overall necessary expenditures.
Any other questions from the members? No. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your
Thank you for your
testimony.
time.
And I will recognize Representative Ullery again, who might have forgotten to mention something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually stimulated to by the question that was asked by Representative Almy. Yes, you are getting the elephant's tail, but there's a reason for that, because some of the changes need to take place of themselves, not for any other reason. And they need to take place whether or not HB2 or any other bill passes. For example, last Friday over in Division 1, we discussed public records, public access, public meeting notices. That needs to take place within OPLC to make sure that the agencies know that they've got to follow 91A. Simple as that. That stands alone. This particular bill will stand alone, as well as the Senate version. That's why it came from either side, because it needs to take place in order to assure the funding, and they can do the other activities that they're doing right now. So in one sense of the fact, yeah, you're getting bits and pieces, but that was done deliberately by the commission so that we could fully examine each of the ones that's going to stand alone. Now, the entire thing is a separate bill, and then we'll put everything together. And those of you who have been around for more than a couple of years understand that meshing process that takes place is an interesting animal in and of itself. I wouldn't say it's an elephant. It could be a donkey. It depends. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you open to taking questions?
Have you ever known me not to want to talk?
Okay, Representative Almy.
He reminded me about the question I did want to ask the director, which is about how they came to the $5 million.
That was a recommendation out of the ED&A committee at the time this bill was presented to ED&A as the first committee. They wanted to put a cap on it, and it was agreed that somewhere between 3 and 5. So I took the high. It's a number.
Director
Well,
Courtney, would you care to weigh in while we're?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ullery is correct. Originally, this bill did not contain the $5 million ceiling. I completely support a ceiling because I think that's necessary in order to avoid costs, continue to drive up. $5 million is typically a little more than what we lapse at the end of every fiscal year. So 3 to 5 million, it seemed like a reasonable buffer for us to allow us to save for capital expenditures. For example, our most recent contract, which was fully ARPA funded, so not funded by the state, but the state's most recent contract was about $3.5 million for software. So, it's anticipated that that would be a reasonable cost that we would see for future capital expenditures.
Representative Phillips?
Yeah. So I, in terms of capital expenditures, so I'm thinking, my understanding is that admin services owns buildings. So if you wanted, or long-term leases, so if you wanted to move to a different building, that would have to go through the, capital budget appropriation. And the other thing you said, I forget, in terms of lapsing, you're lapsing like the entire I know, I thought an upgrade in the computer system is already in the governor's budget. Not correct, or?
Um, I'm not I'm not aware of a computer upgrade for OPLC. It could be that there's an upgrade, a system-wide upgrade, but our licensing portal is the upgrade that I was talking about. It is currently an enterprise solution, but OPLC utilizes at least 90% of it. And it is right now, the fact that we don't have a functioning licensing portal has required us to utilize additional personnel. I think what the state, and I think you've probably observed this, what the state is facing is a workforce challenge. And so there's a need to really leverage technology and move away from using manual processes and people to technology. And we're kind of in that middle transition.
Representative Leapley?
Thank you. Informational question. The presentation that OPLC did for finance, is that something we can find on your website? Just a informational question.
I can certainly send it to you. I do believe it's on the GenCourt website as well.
It's in the LBA website.
I'm looking at it right now.
Thank you.
Representative Ames, could you give us where it is?
Yeah, if you go to the general court website, one of the menus is LBA, and you would then click on the budget documents and budget 24 to 25, and then go through a list, and you get to this document we're talking about. Yes, thank you. Finance Division 1 is another pathway that you have to go down.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more. Oh, go ahead, Representative Platt.
You did all that research. Thank you. What was the name I should be looking for of that study? OPLC what?
Presentation.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any more pink cards. Anyone else here who would like to speak?
Oops, she's gone away again.
Okay. All right. With that, then we will now close the public hearing on House Bill 445. Thank you. Okay, guys. So now we've got 10 minutes before our first work session. And I know that there's a lot of questions about HB2. We have to try to stay focused on this bill, which I believe simply changes it from a lapsing fund to non-lapsing and putting a cap on it. So let's try to focus on that. And we have tentatively scheduled an executive session on this next week. So make sure you ask Jordan Ullery any questions you have. He is our resident expert, and he can help us with this. And then we also now have Director Courtney here. Would you mind sharing your email address? That way, if folks have questions, they could reach out to you. Perfect. Perfect. That would be great, because you could hear there's a little bit of angst here. And the commission report, is there a commission report, Representative Ullery, that you could share with us as well? Thank you, Director. That would be fabulous. Great, because we're interested in this topic and we're learning. Great. All right, so we'll take a little stretch break, come back at 11. Thanks, guys. we are not hearing public input unless we happen to see a technical expert here that might be able to answer a technical question. But otherwise, in general, we're not here to listen to anyone else from the outside. We are here to work together as a team and seeing if we can get some sort of better information on this bill and maybe see if there's a direction we want to go. So this bill was, this is House Bill 450, and the prime sponsor is our own Representative Schomburg, who has done a lot of work on this. So, if you could maybe kind of remind us about the bill, let us know your thoughts, and then kind of take it from there. Excellent.
Sounds fine, Madam Chair. First of all, just a quick historical lesson. I brought this up back when House Bill 435 was presented to the House last year. And I took it on as it seemed like big corporation was getting more of the breaks than the small business world. I was trying to make it a level playing field. And in the research that I did, I came across the 2014 commission that did a study on, let me call it, title was just taxes. And their conclusion at the end was that tax simplicity is a good tax policy and a competitive goal should be implemented where possible. And I made my presentation to the House and it wasn't passed. They went another direction, which was the 80% of the NOL. So this year I brought it back with Mr. Jim, am I going to say this right? Seglio, who couldn't make it today. He had a conflict. He was the gentleman that presented last time. And after my presentation and his presentation, he met with the DRA and presented what you have in front of you now, a amendment to House Bill 450. He did not know which direction the committee was going to go on this because he is of the opinion that it should be 100% for the small businesses also. Well, I don't think that's going to happen now, as the lobbyist, Mr. Bragdon, made a presentation and said when they originally passed that 80% was to take away the dual apportionment factors. So Mr. Osiglio couldn't make it today, but he did send to me I think he sent to all of you this net operating loss provisions by the Tax Foundation. I think it's in a black and white cover you have there. And there was some good reading in there. But he also sent to me, and he says, if we do nothing, let me read this to you. He says, I would want to emphasize that our NOL provisions, as previously noted and discussed, are lacking compared to other states. And that is addressed in this Tax Foundation note, especially on page 4. And are lacking compared to other states, including our neighbors. This doesn't go unnoticed. And he's trying to say this, that there are businesses that are looking at various states. So we do nothing, or we address this problem that he feels is there by going to the 80%. Increase our 10-year carry forward period to 20 years, or conform to the federal provisions, which is indefinite. And that's on page 5, I believe. It shows you what the NOL provisions are for the other states. Or we remove the $10 million cap and keep the 80% with the 10-year limit, or remove the 80% taxable income limitation. That was his suggestions. The states of New England, Maine is on the federal IRC, which is unlimited amount, years, 100%. No, 80%, I think it is. No, 80%. Vermont, on page 5, you will see that it has the 10 years, but it does not have any limit on the carry forward, the amount. Massachusetts is a 20 years, but no limit on the amount carried forward. Connecticut is 20 years, no amount carried forward, no restriction. And Rhode Island's only 5 years. So that is where we're at. He felt that we should do something as a committee to maybe change one of our approaches. And they were, once again, increase our 10-year carry forward period to 20 years, or remove the $10 million limit, or remove the 80%. And I would be happy with any suggestions, any way that this committee would like to go with this. We do have this amendment that if we do nothing, at least we change the applicability date from July 1st. What did I do with it? I have the same problem at home. I drop papers and on line 8, I believe it says limited and adjusted is one of the changes, and then the line 13, the effective date shall take effect December 31st, 2023 instead of July 1st of this year. So that's where we're at. Your opinions are valued on this.
May I just ask a quick, so this is changing from your original bill. Does it also remove the 10-year max?
No, it does not. It changes nothing else except those two dates, those two lines.
Okay.
Limited and adjusted, and the effective date.
Okay. Thank you so much. Representative Almy.
Thank you. Unlike just about, in fact, I think all the other states, we depend hugely on the business taxes as part of our revenues. For them, it's 10%, 15% of their revenues at the most. For us, it's around 35 now. It used to be 40. And we don't have a fiscal note for anything except what's in this bill at this point. I have no idea how much it would cost us to go unlimited, or to make it to not limit the amount that can be carried forward. And I've never heard such a note being created since the time when we had some capacity to tackle this problem.
We
So-
do have our friends from the DRA here.
I know.
Could we ask you to, this
I'm
would be a
looking at it.
technical input that we need from you on House Bill 450. Obviously, you guys did a fiscal note on the original bill, but we're talking about a couple of different scenarios, and wondered if you could weigh in on the fiscal impact if you can. So the current bill removes the 80% limitation. Other concepts that I think were brought forward was to remove the number of year cap, and then there's to remove the dollar cap. So on those two things, is there any way that you could do a fiscal note or advise us? Is that the
Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Counsel from the DRA, and
Lauren O'Sullivan, Senior Financial Analyst with the DRA.
so I'm just thinking about the scenario when if we're removing the 10-year limitation for the carryovers. That's one scenario, and then the other scenario is removing the $10 million cap. And then how would we calculate the fiscal note impact?
Does it involve a dartboard?
I think we have to think about it further to see if we can actually produce a fiscal note, a fiscal impact on that or not, because what we have is information from the past. So that's how we've been doing our fiscal notes. It's been a static analysis of the situations in the past. And we've always had that income limitation, the cap of the 10 million limitation, or one form or the other. In older years, it was not $10 million, it was another amount. And then we've always had that 10-year limitation as well in terms of the carryovers from the year the loss was generated. So in terms of whether if we can perform a calculation without those limitations, I'm not sure. We'll just have to look at the data once again. But bear in mind, just speaking anecdotally, if 10 years limitation potentially, I'm just thinking potentially the NOLs could have been all fully claimed within that 10 years. I'm not sure, but that could be that potential. And therefore there would be no NOL carryovers past the 10 years, could be. And then with that $10 million limitation, that is on a year-by-year basis. Every year where there's an NOL that's loss that's generated, that $10 million is applied to that particular year for a carryover to next year. And if next year the business organization has another NOL year again, and then there's that $10 million, it'll be a new $10 million limit on that particular year as well. So every year that's going to be that $10 million limitation, as opposed to a $10 million limitation throughout the entire situation. So I guess just to summarize, I think we just have to look at what we have and look at it carefully to see if we can really generate some kind of calculation.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. Could you approach this a different way and find out from Massachusetts and any place else that seems relevant on if they could tell you about what percentage of the losses that they take on these are after those limitations? After the 10 million or after the 10-year? I know that those two cross-sect each other, which makes it difficult.
Right.
But
we could try that, but however, just bear in mind that Massachusetts have their own tax laws and they calculate it differently. So whatever result from their NOL could be potentially very vastly different from what we get for our NOLs.
yeah, it does seem to me, if I could say something about that in the past I've always thought, okay, if you're still losing a profit at the 10th year, you must be dying or you have a major sugar daddy. But with the merging of businesses and the takeover of businesses in order to have a loss leader in one place to offset another, I don't think that works these days.
The NOL is still, according to our New Hampshire statutes, the NOL is still applicable to that particular entity. So it's it is you will calculate the NOL for that particular entity and you aggregate out to calculate your when you file combined return. So that tax that NOL element remains with that particular entity, even though if it gets bought out, so it's still that particular entity.
So that a company could come along and just buy up a couple of our failed businesses and absorb their NOLs.
As long as the entity that's being bought up still remains,
Semi-functional.
yeah, so the NOL remains with that particular entity. It won't move out of that entity.
Representative Phillips, did I see your hand up?
Yes, but this is the kind of question I was thinking about, and that the only other thing I can think of to ask related to this is, can you tell us if there were or how many companies currently are taking their NOL out for 10 years or some amount of time?
I'm just thinking how our system works, and I don't think we have that information, because once our system limits the schedule to 10 years, and then once that very first NOL year passes that 10 years, it gets dropped off. So it doesn't, we don't capture that information as a carryover next year and the year after that.
Follow up?
Yeah. If you didn't go all to, could you look at 9 years?
Mhm.
And would you know that who's carried it out for 9 years?
Right. Yep. So look up to the 10th year and see the very first year if there's still any NOLs available to be carried over. I guess that would answer your question.
Do you have any sense of what that would be, or you'd have to go and look?
We would have to go back
Okay,
and look
thanks.
at that. Yes.
Other hands? Oh, Representative Putt.
Yes, this is directed to Representative Schomburg. Thank you. Representative Schomburg, the 80% yeah, right here. The 80% I'm a little reluctant to do away with, because to me it's a revenue smoothing mechanism. It's when you hit a real deep recession like 2008, it protects the state from too much of a downturn. And it's no real, even though it's a timing issue, because then the business can carry the rest of it forward. Would you be amenable to, you said you were amenable to something like a 20-year limitation and $20 million and keep the 80%?
I would go along with what the committee would do. I think when it came over from the other body to this committee last year, and it was a 19 or 20 to 1 vote to move forward with it, I don't think they understood all the implications that went with it, as the lobbyist, Mr. Bragdon, pointed out at that time, that they weren't thinking so much of, they were looking at the Chapter C companies at that time, trying to help them out. And it sometimes raises the hair on the back of my neck when I hear just one side being presented. So I have no problem with an amenable approach to this. I don't know what my leader might say. I'd like to hear her opinion on that.
And just in listening to what your initial presentation today was, you also talked about simplification. So I don't know how we incorporate that. Representative Almy, did you have anything on that?
Yeah, I'm opposed to the other ones. The reason that I can grudgingly support taking 5 to 6 million a year out of our revenues is that it looks like the people that are suffering most from this would be the businesses that just got started and that are operating on a shoestring shoestring for the first few years, and the recession comes along, they get a loss, and the loss they can only take 80% of that loss until they finish that loss off, and maybe they're operating on too little money to continue that first and second year while they're trying to get all of their loss back from before, and drop out of the market, and so we're discouraging startups that started with maybe a really good idea but insufficient capital.
Well,
and ability
you
to
do
get-
know that
We don't-
FedEx started that way too. And they lost first 5 years of their operation, they lost money. And
Mhm.
a few years in between, yeah.
I don't know if there's any way to get some kind of statistics on the businesses, aggregated statistics on the businesses that had losses that they're going to have to be taking over multiple years.
The statistics that I brought today is a compilation of the information that we have from our tax expenditure report, and it details out the number of business organizations that used an NOL deduction for any particular fiscal year, and the total NOL used in that particular fiscal year, and the total tax decrease due to the NOL. For fiscal year 22, there was about 6,995 business organizations that used the NOL deduction. The total NOL use was approximately 470 million, and the total tax decrease due to NOL was approximately 36.2 million. And the year before that, fiscal year 21, the total tax decrease due to NOL was 28 million. And before that was 27.8 million. So it's around the 30 million mark for tax decrease due to NOL. And the number of business organizations that have been claiming the NOL deductions year over year has been around averaging about maybe 6,700 business organizations.
Representative Olney.
Could you apply the inverted triangle to that? So that we knew which ones were pretty large businesses that can probably handle this, and well, not who they are.
Yes, we could try, but just making sure not to cross the line of
Right.
disclosure.
Yeah. But you could go
Representative Orrs. Oh, sorry.
down.
Go ahead.
You could go down as far as you needed towards $100,000.
Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if we were to look back after, say, 2010 to 2017, the statistics you gave just a little while ago, does that hold true from like 10 to 17 after the recession, the big recession, before the COVID?
The information I have is all the way back to fiscal year 2015.
Excellent. Okay.
So for 2015, it's about the same. So the business organizations that used NOL deductions was about 5,000 business organizations, and the total tax decrease due to NOL was 21 million. And then in fiscal year 2016, it went up to 34 million of total tax decrease, and it went back down to 25 million, 23 million. So it's around that neighborhood of numbers.
Okay, very good. So it's probably in that 25 to 30 range somewhere.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Welcome.
Representative Leapley.
I have a couple questions just as I work to wrap my mind around this. So prior to 2018, the NOL that businesses could take was 100%, not 80%, right?
Yes, sorry.
So those numbers that you gave us prior to 2018, that was a higher, businesses could take 100%.
It's not 2018. It is tax year tax year 22. No, tax year 21. Because sorry, for tax year 22 is when we conform to the TCJA, the IRC of 2018.
Ah, okay.
So and that's when we have the 80% cap.
Okay.
Prior to that, so prior to tax year 22, we were not. We were using the NOL deduction claim was using the IRC of 2016. It was some old year. It wasn't conformant. It wasn't the same conformity as the rest of the BPT statutes for in terms of IRC. It had its own conformity year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me restate my question to make sure I have it right. So prior to 2022, the numbers that you're referring to, the NOL that businesses could write off was 100%, not 80.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have very little information actually that where businesses will only be able to write off 80
It will be
This-
this
this year.
This year, yes.
Okay. So the numbers that you're giving us are with an NOL of 100%, really.
That is correct.
Okay, so moving to the 80% will be new for businesses in New Hampshire and for revenue.
That is correct. Yes. Yep.
Okay, so one more kind of how this works question, and then kind of a policy question. So the NOL, the 10-year limit and the $10 million limit. So if I lose money in 2000, let's say I lose a lot of money in 2000, and I am able to write that off over 10 years because, you know, I made enough money to offset my losses and I get to write that off for 10 years. Would that mean that I could write off $10 million each of those years or in total?
The $10 million limit is from the
The year where I incur the
yeah,
loss?
the year that you incur the loss, whatever
Okay.
the loss is, and then you carry it over because in the year of the loss, you're not using the loss. You're
Right.
carrying it over to the next year to use the loss. So when you carry over that, the amount that you can carry over is limited to $10 million.
Okay. And then I can write that off over 10 years or over 1 year, kind of just depending
Right,
how much
depending-
money I make.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Now, if I lose $10 million again later, I can write it off again later.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So as I'm thinking through this, if the idea here is to help level the playing field, and I guess I'm thinking about that in two ways. One way to support small businesses, who I'm assuming would not lose $10 million in 1 year if it's a small business, and to support new businesses because often businesses lose money when they're new to try and get going. I'm looking at the three variables that we might want to play with to support new businesses and small businesses. And it seems to me that going from 10 to 20 years or $10 million to $20 million would tend to benefit larger corporations who are playing in that field. Whereas going from 80% to 100% of NOL could really benefit very small businesses because for a small business losing $20,000 and only being able to write off 80% of that could be a much bigger pain point. So it seems to me like if we really want this to benefit small businesses or upstart businesses who down the road might be able to pay BET or BPT to the state, it seems like the variable we want to look at is that 80%. So if small businesses can write off 100% of their loss, it may be a very small amount in revenue to the state, right? It might be $20,000 as opposed to $20 million. And it seems like that would really help small businesses survive and be competitive and make it to the point where they're contributing to the state's revenues. So I would be grateful if anyone can kind of address that point and present a different perspective so that I know if I'm getting that right. But that's kind of my understanding at this point, and I would be grateful for people to help me understand that better. Thank you.
Well, do you want to weigh in on that? Representative Platt.
Representative Elbrook, I think you're right on the money with respect to who it impacts. My concern with the 80% wasn't that. It was simply revenue stabilization for the state, because we could have a real bad year. And it may be my concern's overblown, because it is small businesses mostly that would take advantage of this, and that the amount of money most of the money comes from the huge corporations. So maybe my concern's overblown. That's a concern. I thought your analysis was correct.
Representative Rochefort.
Thank you. I think Representative Leapley brings up an excellent point, and I think that I think it's important we don't get stuck on a $10 million. You know, in speaking to that, what you were talking about, of course, eliminating the 80% to 100% for small businesses is excellent. Something that I can relate to as a small business owner. But looking down the road as far as attracting businesses into the state, you know, we've got Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is a biotech capital of the East Coast, and wouldn't we like to get a little bit of that? And these are, you know, these are startup companies, and you know, they could conceivably be small businesses, other than the fact that they deal with large amounts of money. But those large amounts of money can be gone whether the FDA says yes or no to a new drug. And you know, I think so you know, to us here, $10 million is a very large amount of money. But if we're in the business of attracting businesses and attracting people who could be the next Amgen or AbbVie or whatever, I think that, you know, eliminating that cap or raising the cap to much higher is much more in line with looking down the road to growing our BET and BPT. And I think by eliminating the 80% to 100% does what we needed to do for small businesses, but maybe being a little more aggressive with the second part of that could foster that growth of new industries in the state with that.
Oh, Representative Ames.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the 80% has been well supported. I mean, eliminating it. So that's good, and we've got a fiscal analysis on that, and a fiscal note, and it costs some money apparently, about $6 million a year was the note, in that range, and so that's good. Beyond that, we don't have analysis in terms of impact, and I wouldn't be comfortable making a big change like that without some attempt at getting solid data to the extent to which we can get it. I think that at the hearing on this bill, DRA suggested that an amendment, this is my note, I don't remember the details, is needed to apply this to all types of businesses. Does that ring a bell with you? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we need?
The amendment has been suggested by Representative Schomburg in the one that was Representative Schomburg just handed out.
Oh, that's on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got that.
Yes, and I do want to just add one more, Representative Schomburg, to the effective date, the one on line 13. If we can just tweak it a bit more, slightly, to this act shall take effect for taxable periods ending on or after, and then the date. So, yeah. So just to add there, between effect and December, so for taxable periods ending on or after. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess that's it. I think from my perspective only, for what it's worth, it's a good bill, and we've got some minor technical changes to it, but basically it's the bill that was presented, and I'm comfortable with going forward on it, but not, as I say, even though some good concerns have been expressed, the other lids on this bill right now.
Representative Phillips.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around like exactly who's using this and how it's being used. And I think in terms of the small businesses, this is just like the, mom and pop or, just one or two employees. I'm wondering if they frequently take a net operating loss every year. And the reason that they might be able to do that is because they can set their salary at anything that's reasonable, and their salary can control, what their profit is, but they still get by. They're still a little business and they get by. I don't know. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what part of the population is that, in which case it doesn't really matter if it's like 80 or 100. It's just, you can pay yourself $80,000 a year, or you can pay yourself $120,000 a year. No one's going to question that. You just avoid paying the tax altogether. And for the larger businesses, the ones that move into the state, big ones, big losses, if they lose 3 years in a row, lose money 3 years in a row, doesn't matter if it's like 80% or 100%. They're not using it at all because there's still those first years they just are not paying any taxes because they didn't make any profit, right? So I'm not sure it matters really. I don't really see a big benefit to anybody for changing it. But on the other hand, I don't think it's a disaster if we change the limit, the maximum. I prefer not to see the 10 years change, though. That just seems
King,
odd.
did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to make aware that 80% cap, it caps the amount of NOL that can be claimed up to the 80% of the federal taxable income for that particular year. And then the excess of that carries over to the next year. So it's not like 80% and that's it. You're not going to get the rest of the NOL. It gets carried over to the next year. So it sort of prolongs the NOL claim versus claiming it all in one year. So just
Did I misunderstand? So a company that loses for 3 years in a row, forget about the carry forward. They just lose money 3 years in a row. They don't pay any taxes on no business profits tax those 3 years, and there's no point in even using the carry forward. They don't use the carry forward at all. So
yes, but then the amount would still be carried over to the year when they would use it. Right. Yes.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. We've got a lot of startups in my community, and I'm thinking also of the Dean Kamen people. They attract young scientists that are working for a lot less than they could have made if they went into an old business. But if they can't earn enough in the year that they can pay the rent in places like Lebanon and Manchester and such, then the business has a problem. So you can't just reduce, especially in New Hampshire, you can't reduce your cost of living enough to fit under the circumstance that you're talking about in a lot of places.
Can I just, it sounds like we have a lot of uncertainty here. That's what I'm hearing. And I think this is a very important topic that we all care a lot about. Representative Schamberg, would this be something you'd consider retaining? I don't know. Does it need more time? We're going to start running out of time soon. I'm just throwing that out there because I'm hearing a lot of different things, and please tell me your thoughts.
I think there are a lot of good points that have been brought up by Representative Leapley and Representative Roford and Representative Ames. Maybe a longer look at it would help us understand it better and give more time for the DRA to come up with more data and somehow be creative in how they get it to show to us how it works. So I have no objection to a retainment. I don't know if anybody else does.
This is just discussion. Obviously, you'll go back to your caucuses, go back home tonight, look over your notes, think about what you want to do tomorrow. But it's a great bill. We're obviously spending a lot of time on it because we think it's a great bill, but it seems like there's a lot of questions still out there. Representative Almy.
Yes, I do think if we send this bill out now, the Finance Committee isn't going to react positively to its existence, taking out 12 million more out of the stuff that they have to cut on. And the Senate, I don't know where they would be on that, but if we wait until the fall, perhaps things will look better.
Wouldn't that be nice? And maybe less uncertainty is, I think, the biggest challenge we face right now in this committee. Yes. Other comments while we're discussing? Okay. Any more questions while we have expert guidance here? Yes, Representative Ames.
The data that you were looking at, did you say that was from a tax expenditure report?
That's correct. We publish a tax expenditure report annually, and it's available on our website.
Okay.
One of the items on the tax expenditure
Right.
report is the
Right.
NOL
Yeah.
expenditure.
Yeah, glad to hear that it's being used.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments before we wrap it up? Okay, let's wrap it up now and then take a lunch break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue with some more work sessions. Thank you very much for that discussion. And thank you for being here. tomorrow. The next week, so on Monday, March 13th, we have two second committee bills. One, House Bill 639, which is the cannabis bill. We're going to do that at 9 a.m. and we're going to do it in this room. The chairman of the former committee did not believe we need to go to Reps Hall. We shall see. We shall see about that. But we've got the whole morning planned for that. And we will be focusing on the revenue aspects and trying not to go backwards on the policy itself. Then in the afternoon of next Monday, we have House Bill 494, also a second committee bill, which has to do with fertilizers. I have not read that yet. So that's what that is. And then I was going to plan a day for next Tuesday, but it is a town meeting day. So that would put a lot of people in a tough spot. So what we did is scheduled an exec session next Wednesday, and it should have been listed for all remaining bills. So anything we don't get done tomorrow, we'll try to get done then. And if we can deal with these two second committee bills, then we will. If we can't, we have more time on those. Now, the House clerk told us this morning, let me look at my deadlines, that we must have everything to our committee clerk, no, to the House clerk by noon on March 16th, which is next Thursday. So keep in mind, we have to go backwards a little bit. As soon as we can get things done at an executive session, we should have blurbs, committee reports written up and ready to go. So the sooner we can feed all that stuff to our committee assistant, the sooner she can feed it to the clerk, so that then we know for scheduling purposes how sessions are going to go. But we're now, next week is going to start to be more deadline oriented. But we're going to try to get done as much as we can this week. Does that make sense? Okay. Do we have copies yet? Karen's working on those. Okay. Sorry, everyone. We're just waiting for copies, and it's a busy day here, I guess. So we'll get there soon. There was a fiscal, well, like, it's a full copy of the bill was requested that included some sort of fiscal note that was requested, and then there's some sort of a summary of the different parts of the bill, and it was sent out, but I don't know if everyone has it. So just making sure we have it. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so this is now a committee work session on House Bill 607. So reminder, this is us speaking amongst ourselves to learn more about this bill. And this is not a time for public testimony. However, we have experts in the room who are available to answer questions as they come up. So this is your bill, Representative Doucette. Do you want to start us off?
Sure, and I guess, and forgive me for the copies stuff. Karen's kind of busy. I'm sure everybody noticed the level of action over here in the LOB today, so she couldn't get it done for us rapidly. Nonetheless, there's a lot of members on the committee that probably don't understand charitable gaming in the minutia, and we're never going to get through that this morning talking about it. So, I mean, if we can give it a peripheral kind of Reader's Digest version, the state in its wisdom some 10 or so years ago, after years of back and forth in relation to large, traditional casino gaming, chose to go the route that we have in place now, the model that we have in place now, which is charitable gaming rooms, as we have them in New Hampshire. With that, me being from Salem, I've been around it pretty much since it started, even before then, and we can go back to, the bingo days when bingo was big. But in incremental portions each year, charitable gaming has become, most importantly, a great revenue source for our local charities. A lot of these charities squarely rely on this revenue to do their service delivery to our communities. What we have now for a model is some of the operators choose to call them casinos. I guess it's a better vernacular for advertisement or whatever, but we'll call them charitable casinos. I'll acknowledge that. But we have all sorts of gaming, from blackjack, roulette, and pretty much all the games you can imagine, poker, Spanish 21, all that stuff. And now, as of last biennium, we passed a bill that allowed for historic horse racing machines, which is the latest incremental step forward for these rooms. And with that legislation, we allowed for, at present time prior to this, each charity was entitled to or could have 10 calendar days at a charitable gaming facility and utilize the revenue that was generated in those 10 days in an effort for their charities. With the passage of the HHR bill last biennium, we in fact doubled the availability for charities. If a charitable gaming room applies for and is approved to have historic horse racing, then instead of, say, 35 charities having 10 dates, we doubled it to 70. Some of these rooms will split them 5 days, so at present we probably have about 900 charities, local charities, that are getting revenue from these charitable gaming rooms. We have 14 charitable gaming rooms in operation right now. I believe there's a 15th in the queue. Am I correct? 14 charitable gaming rooms as it stands, with a 15th fitting up, I guess. Out of those 14 rooms, in relation to HHR, let me double check here. Not all of them are operating with HHR at present. And I'm going to give you the number because I have it here somewhere. I think there's in the neighborhood of 7 rooms that are still in process, waiting approval, or haven't been approved as of yet. So going back to the legislation last year, in the HHR bill, for instance. Actually, let me, I'm getting ahead of myself. So we have set percentages for the state to garner revenue and for the charities to garner revenue from the charitable gaming model that we have. A lot of what is in this piece of legislation, and I sent around a copy. I had emailed you all a copy of this, and this came from Rick Newman. And it was great to bullet basically the changes in this piece of legislation. There's a lot of, like when I presented it, there's a lot of housekeeping stuff in here, and we can go through it item for item if we choose to do so. And I'd be happy to answer any questions in relation to my position on why I'm bringing this forward. But a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it comes at the recommendation of the lottery, and some of it, like the max bet is bringing it up to par with what we have at present in the state. Right now, the maximum wage you can have in a charitable gaming room is $10, but yet we sell a $25 scratch ticket. So I see this bringing that max bet to 25 as a housekeeping issue. But we can start with section 1 if we like. Anybody got a question before I start into this, or?
Representative Almy.
Thank you. What did you mean by in the queue, and what's the difference between that and awaiting approval?
Well, it's my understanding, and let me see where I can find this, and Lottery can probably speak to it more specifically, but as of now, 8 of the rooms already have HHR machines, and 7 have yet to apply or yet to have been approved. I guess it's better stated.
So you're just talking, what's this 15th place that's in the queue that we haven't, we were always told about 14.
Okay, are we talking about North Conway? I would refer to because
As long as you just introduce who you are and so forth, so the committee knows that who you are.
The answer is, under current law, there are 15 eligible locations for historic horse racing. One of them is seasonal. There are 2 rooms at Hampton Beach. One runs year-round, one only runs in the summer. So I think when we talk about the current 14 rooms, there are currently 14 rooms, but in the summertime, we have 15.
my misunderstanding.
Okay, continue on.
Okay, so section 1, the changes, if you refer to the little cheat sheet I made copies of. Requirements: a primary game operator and secondary game operator licenses. This language is to, I believe, to clarify. At present, a primary game operator is being changed to game operator employer. Here's where I get a little confused, and I spoke to it presenting the bill. The primary game operator in this bill is going to be changed to the primary, basically the proprietor, the license holder, probably in most cases. Instead of what's happening at present, you heard me speak of the working foreman that help run the room, the pit bosses and things of that nature. They're lumped into primary game operators as it stands now as far as licensing. So this would clarify and change primary game operator to game operator employer. Second.
Representative Ellery, just put on your light so I can see. Thanks.
Representative Doucette, isn't there, I seem to recall another section in law where both of those terms are used and defined. So if we change it in one place, we have to change it in others, don't we?
Yeah, there is, hold on, there's a reference. Bear with me. Let me ask you, Representative, do you know specifically where you're talking? Because I know that there's.
Be careful with that question, sir. No, I don't know. I just, and perhaps Mr. Newman might know, but I remember that, or maybe the commissioner might know regarding its location, but I thought we used that term didn't just appear in one location. It appeared in numerous locations. So I just wanted to make sure that if we're going to change it in one place, we're going to change it in every place.
I got you. Wait, and to answer that, there's a certain fee and a time frame as to those licenses, and also in this legislation, it changes that licensing from 1 year to 3 years in duration. Okay, we'll get to that, but I know where you're coming from now. Yeah.
Representative Olney.
Thank you. The game, as I understand it, we have already a number of conglomerates from outside of New Hampshire that have taken control of local parlors. And I'm looking at this, and the owner of 10% or more of the entity, partner, managing member, or chief executive, who serves as a game operator employer, must be listed on the game operator license application rather than licensed himself as one. And does this make it harder to evaluate any kind of mafia involvement in these places that are being developed when you are only listing them rather than licensing them?
I would defer to Lottery on that one.
I notice he's wincing at me.
Director McIntyre, if you would like to comment, you don't have to. It's totally up to you. You're here.
So we find out level of
Just a question.
Representative Ames?
Are we streaming this? If we
I-
are, we need to bring it up.
I have no idea. Representative Orrs, can you ask our assistant if we are streaming this? I assume we are because this is a noticed meeting.
Work session, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out that the microphones need to be used by.
Yeah, if we are being streamed, then we would ask that if you're going to answer a question that you probably should come up to the microphone, because otherwise I don't think people can see you or hear you. So just so we're completely transparent on everything we're doing. Okay, we are being live streamed, so yes, next time, come on up. Okay,
So could I?
Representative Olney.
just- What is the process, and is it going to change for people that, businesses or individuals or contacts that are have bought more than 10% of the operation of the Brooks or whatever? Forget I said the Brooks, since you're not allowed to talk about individual ones.
So basically, we look at the LLC generally, that is the owner of the game operator. And within that LLC, we're going to look at anybody associated with that LLC to a 10% level and deeper if we feel that it needs to go deeper.
And this bill just clarifies, you guys know I'm in this industry a little bit, so this I think just clarifies who goes in what category with these different titles. It's because it's a little confusing right now, I think, and so this is just trying to clarify that the game operator employer is the business. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
Well, the language talks about individuals.
And
Yes,
could I
please.
also, to the question to Fred about the primary versus the game operator, what happened was prior to the game operator employer designation, the rule used to just refer to a primary. When they added game operator employer, they forgot to remove the references to the primary in some sections, so it doesn't make sense. So that's why they're being removed in places, because it's really the primary game operator that has those responsibilities.
Representative Platt.
I didn't understand. What does a 10% level mean?
10% ownership.
Oh, okay. Ownership. Okay. Follow on, please.
Follow up.
There was a reference by another rep about potential for people of ill repute getting into the business. Wouldn't they be more likely to attack go after the major casinos in other states as opposed to these charitable game operations were limited size?
I can tell you as a prior life representative, I was an organized crime prosecutor, and they don't tend to go after anything like this. The review process is remarkably onerous, and we've had a number of applicants withdraw based on that. So
Didn't make you an offer you couldn't refuse?
even when I was a prosecutor, they didn't, sadly,
Representative Almy.
Yes, could you give us an idea of what disqualifies somebody?
A criminal blemish, a financial blemish, having for example, bankruptcy, a conviction that related to best than being honest, for example, like if you were charged with larceny or a bad check. I don't want to get into specifics because it would be, like I said, violating the state law, but essentially it's a review, and candidly, we're not the reviewing agency. We are the gatherer of information based on the past law. The session you folks proved. Our investigation and enforcement division does the review, with staffed with ex-police officers and auditors who do a review of the financial history, criminal history, etc. And that document it's not a document, it's a very large pack of information. It's passed to the Attorney General, and he reviews it himself. And so that process takes a long time.
All right, I think I saw some hands over here. Representative Schamberg.
Yes, and mine is more on financial. If you want to continue on with what we're discussing,
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the pleasure of the committee. We can keep going through the section by section, or
If
what?
I can make a suggestion,
Sure.
if we go through this section by section, we're never going to make headway at all. So I think pretty much the committee's had a chance to review it. If they have questions, it's probably a
Do you want to just do a
fluid
high-level
conversation.
overview of
Yeah, basically what this does is it narrows down the fees for the employees in the time frames for which the employees have to be licensed. So if somebody is dealing blackjack, they have to apply to lottery, go through the clearances, pay out of pocket for these licenses on an annual basis. This would allow for them to do it every 3 years, but they file an affidavit if there's a change in their status, if they're convicted of something at L.
okay, but follow up, Madam Chair. But going to the loss in licensing revenue overall, when you change from a 1 year to a 3 year, why are we reducing the fee, like in the facility, from $250 a year for the 14 facilities to $33 every year? Are they losing money? Is that why the fee is being reduced for over those 3 year periods?
I think you're talking about the charities fee. The charities fee, how much the charity is paying for their license dates, is going down. Right?
There
Is that what
there
you're
is
talking
a
about?
component in there for the facility license also.
Which page are we talking about?
Well, I look at the game operator employers. They have a 3 year period from the date of issue, and the proposed fee will be $750 for the 3 year period, equal to $250 a year. But for each year, they were $750. I just looking at the loss of revenue for the state. Maybe
I see your point, Representative, and agree with your point. But when it comes to the employees paying out of pocket, I do have issue, because everybody's having the same issue with recruitment, retention. And the fact that a lot of these folks that work these rooms are jumping through hoops, a lot of them work in different rooms and supplement their income that way, work a couple different rooms. But, you know, that's something we can look at,
Thank you.
keeping the game operator license the same.
Now I think I see what you're looking at. So you're looking at this latest handout with the fiscal impact. So if you look at page 3 of 5, and you'll see there's a little table there which gives the current for the different types of licenses versus the proposed in the bill and what the fiscal impact will be. And so what I was mentioning is the most notable is the charity reduction, because right now they pay $25 per game day. And then this would propose that would pay a straight dollar amount for a 10-day period. Is that correct? Okay. So.
Okay, wow.
go ahead.
I'm surprised. And let's see. So also, I spoke briefly about raising the maximum wage limit to 25. Coupled with that is a section 9 that talks about removing the requirement that prizes above $500 be paid by check. And also increases the tournament buy-in to $2,500 from the current $250. And what I'm shooting at with that, I try to play poker on a Monday. I enjoy playing poker. If I can get out, I play. And I like to play tournament poker, especially when they used to have it at Rockingham Park. And it drives a lot of business for these casino rooms, these charitable gaming rooms, which the peripheral business from the poker tournaments adds revenue to the pot for the charities and the state. This would allow for, and I don't suspect by any stretch of the imagination, the biggest tournaments in the state are obviously 250. I think they run them maybe once a month. A couple of the rooms do that. But this allows for the availability for, if there's a special, you know, like on a Super Bowl Sunday or a special date, and they wanted to do a larger buy-in, a $500 tournament or a $1,000 tournament, these poker players, I'm one of them, will travel. I'll go to Foxwoods. I'm contemplating going to New York for a satellite kind of tournament that they have for the World Series of Poker out there, but I'm a little committed to what we're doing here right now. So, you know, it's something that I enjoy, and I think that would drive revenue peripherally around the rooms, hotels, and stuff like that. And some of these bigger operations would do well with that. It just gives them the opportunity to have the option to run a $500 tournament if they chose to do so. A lot of these changes were suggested by lottery, and I don't know if anything.
Another question, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
Since Representative Doucette brought up the lottery, Mr. McIntyre, I see on a summary that the suggestion of raising the bond from $1 million from 500,000 to $1 million was recommended by the lottery, but you're removing the certificate of good standing by the DRA requirement. Why is that?
So the requirement for the DRA was put in several years ago, and it's difficult for the DRA to process those quickly. So we're often just waiting for them, and they really don't provide us with information that's really needed to vet and license a game room.
Follow up. Is your investigative technique different, or just do you have a faster system, or what do you have that's different?
Well, the DRA isn't doing an investigation, so we're doing a thorough investigation, and the DRA portion is not particularly valuable to our assessment.
The bond raise.
Oh, and the bond, we've increased the bond because many of our, well, at least one of our room is hitting that $500,000 cap already. And as we get HHR and whatnot, it's expected to go higher. So we need a higher cap to cover. What we base the bond on is 3 months worth of obligations, what they would owe to the state and the charities. And so we want to make sure there's enough in that bond to cover 3 months worth.
Yes, Representative Ullery.
And while you're discussing the bond, could you explain to us how that works? I know how it works under my license, and I want to make sure that it works the same under yours, under your scheme.
So basically, if there's a violation, we could get the bond, but we're mostly doing that, and I don't know that we've ever done it, but it would mostly be if they suddenly went out of business and didn't pay the charities or the state. That's what we need the bond for.
So the bond is a methodology, an insurance policy, because you buy it through insurance companies, that pays for when you screw up. So you're paying for your own screw up in advance. Just
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not having this information. But can you give us, I remember seeing the pie chart, but I don't remember the numbers of the total profits coming in to the casinos, charitable gaming, and the total number to the state education fund and the total number to charities.
So that information obviously changes month by month. I don't have an updated number to hand you, but we can get you one. Because we wouldn't know, you asked the question regarding profits. We would only know revenue. So the operator themselves, we would know what portion they were able to keep. We would not know what was profit. So, but we can get you an updated numbers in terms of each area.
We also have every month we post on our website, which is connected to the main lottery one. We have what we call market trends, which gives out some of that revenue data.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Rochefort.
Thank you. This question, I don't know if this is a question or a comment for Representative Doucette or members of the lottery, but we heard earlier today OPLC was here. And I know this is not related to OPLC, but I think that there's something I want to comment on. And that's the potential for the legislative intent that we're talking about today and that we have in front of us is one thing. And I think we're all going to come to a discussion here. We're having a good discussion here. But looking at Section 4, Section 5, there's a couple of other areas in there that I worry that we may want to tighten up on. For instance, in Section 4, it's repealed and reenacted to read as follows. If you look at line number 14, requirements of RSA 287D5, provided that the commission may, by rule, establish additional items to be submitted on the application form or attached to it. And that phrase is used several times throughout the bill. You look on line 27, the Lottery Commission may, by rule, establish additional items to be submitted on the application form or attached to it. The thing that I worry about is that, we have legislation that is going to, may or may not take action on this, but hopefully we can get to some resolution here. But that comment, by rule, I just worry if that's opening up a back door for, and I'm not making any accusation, but I've seen it, I've experienced it, where rules kind of take on a life of themselves and can kind of grow and turn into this big thing that we didn't anticipate.
Could I apologize.
Yeah.
I lost you. Can you go give us page number and line number? 'Cause
Page 2, and we're on Section 5, but it is mentioned on Section 4 as well. So it's page 2, line 14, page 2, line 27, page 2, line 35. And I don't know if maybe we want to be a little more prescriptive in what we expect out of the rules, rather than just leave the door open for rules. And I'm not making any comments on the lottery's ability to write rules, but having been on the receiving end of this, having listened to testimony from OPLC, which has kind of turned into a rule-making octopus, it's just a comment.
So can I just, when you did this, is it by rule through GelCar, or what did that mean? Because usually it would say that.
That's the process, yeah. So, I mean, if that needs to be added,
So, go ahead. Yes.
If I'd even follow up, I mean, and I don't know how orthodox this is, but I would love to have you as the primary sponsor to be able to take a look at whatever rule comes out just to make sure it's consistent with what your intent was with the law. You know, I think that's one of the things, you know, having working in a board, we struggle oftentimes with what the legislative intent is. And as years go on and things change, the legislative intent is kind of lost. But if we can have you have the input from the primary sponsor on the rule, then we would know that the legislative intent is there, and we're comfortable with that. I mean, that's, again, I've never seen that done, but I know somebody who works on the rule side is frustrated sometimes with the fact that you know, things can kind of grow and the intent is ultimately lost over time.
Anything else on that? Yeah, Representative Ames.
Just to comment on that, I think that I guess we all have to make our choices, but the nature of legislation like this is that it assigns to the agency authority within specified parameters, and then there's a rulemaking process that's defined very carefully in state law that involves a public review and comment on the frame that the agency has to work within is the legislation, and then there are the statute. What the prime sponsor may or may not have said, in my experience, is not the final word on what the meaning of the legislation is. You know, there may have been reports in the calendar on the bill when it went through that may be more interesting, but there's a whole lot of law around this, and I think maybe you're talking more about how much do you want to delegate to the agency. I can understand that discussion. I do think for a situation like this where we've got a very experienced agency that's worked through the rulemaking process time and time again, you know, there's always going to be some dispute as to whether they went too far or didn't go far enough, but they've done, as far as I can tell, good jobs. So I wouldn't want to overspecify and try to do that. I think that would be a mistake. And, you know, maybe there's a particular suggestion that you'd have on a particular one of these areas that you've identified. But that's my background. I used to write rules in Massachusetts for some big agencies. So I've been through both sides of this thing. I know there's never going to be a good answer, and in the end, you get down to details that nobody's thought of.
Representative Phillips.
Yes, I'd kind of like to look at the financial part of this. Is it your expectation that we will have more facilities seeking licenses if we pass this?
Well, no, as the bill reads now, Section 18 blocks any future facilities from being available, which would limit, obviously, the market and competition. So the answer is no, quite the opposite. You would be codifying for permanently a prohibition on expansion.
specifically to HHR.
Yeah, to HHR. Yeah.
I didn't say anything about HHR.
Oh, sorry, that's sort of to HHR. So would I see no, because you would have seen one before this. It's been an open market for a number of years, and the number of applications has not grown dramatically.
Follow up. Yeah. So is there no limitation right now on
No,
more? Forget about the HHR.
Yeah,
Just
HHR.
more facilities.
There's no
opening
limitation
up?
on correct. There's no limitation.
But if we were to raise the betting limit, wouldn't that make it more profitable to operate? And so because of that, we might see more? That's
Sure, that's possible. But like, and I'll use the example, blackjack. Blackjack, a dealer minimally has to do 30 deals an hour in order to be profitable at this current rate. If a higher wager was allowed, particularly on you're not going to get a $25 bet on a Tuesday afternoon. That's for Friday and Saturday nights. That would make it more profitable, correct, for the house as well as the dealers. They do better with higher wager limits because it increases their tip count.
Representative Ames, did you have anything else? Representative Ames?
No.
Okay.
Just to
Representative
point out, I was letting, and Valerie came over here too, I was letting people air out. Although I share Representative Roford's frustration, and I've shared that with you in the rules making process, this is current law, so it's not changing anything that's not currently in place. Okay.
Representative Doucette, you want to
Okay,
continue
so
with high-level over?
if I can elaborate on this, and Representative Fellows asked a great question. What in section 19 of this, section 18 of this, we at present, with the passage of HHR last biennium, worked in a moratorium date of, I believe it's July. Is it July 1? Yeah, July 1 of 2024. That was in part to allow for lottery to get up and running, allow for the operators to get up and running, allow for the charity list to grow and to be filled, and all the minutia work, the work through GELCAR and setting the rules and whatnot. That process took a little more time than some of us expected. And the subsequent result of that, and Representative Almy touched on it, is there's been some massive interest because of this particular component in our charitable gaming. Although not a slot machine, they have, I didn't say anyone called it a slot machine, but although not a slot machine, the electronic gaming is driving revenue. And some big operators have come in and bought up some of the rooms. And we don't see a lot of applications, and I'll stand corrected if lottery tells us otherwise, applications for charitable gaming rooms. But I can tell you personally that I'm getting a lot of incoming because I'm from Salem, and Salem seems to be one of those places, much like Nashua, probably Seabrook, border towns that get targeted for this type of business. I don't think we'll see an influx of people applying, or entities applying for gaming licenses until after this moratorium. And I think we have the ability maybe to put that in check. This particular component keeps in place the 15 current rooms, 14/15 current rooms, to be available to offer HHR gaming. It does not allow, and when I presented this legislation to the committee, we at present have those 14/15 rooms in the state of New Hampshire. In the whole of New England, there are 9 in total casinos in New England. We at present have 14 and 1 part-time casino, 15 casinos in New Hampshire. I, for one, coming from where I come from in the history of what went on as far as the back and forth of big casino gaming and the subsequent model that we have now, I don't want to be in a position where, at least in the town of Salem, we're turning that place into a little Atlantic City. That's not what New Hampshire is. We're not about gaming. This is a great component for our charities. I think lottery does an outstanding job getting the product out, enforcing what needs to be enforced, and helping those revenues get out to the charities to deliver the services. I just believe it's time that we take a step back and say, maybe we don't want HHR barns popping up on every corner. As I spoke to in my presentation, I have a place in Nova Scotia. You can walk into any it seems like any restaurant, whatever, and there's gaming everywhere. I don't want the state of New Hampshire to look like that. So I think we have to take a solid look at the fact that maybe we should put some limitations on this. And I don't know that the July 1 of 24 date is going to be any measure for us to look back and say, well, HHR is working here, or maybe it needs to be tweaked there. I think with the slower rollout than expected to these rooms for that particular component, I think we need a longer look at it. And my suggestion is we stop it at 15 rooms and we don't allow for these things to pop up everywhere.
Representative Ames.
So I guess I'm a little confused, and maybe this is obvious, but if Section 18 of this bill is enacted, that will, do I understand this correctly? That will mean that there will remain a limit of 14 of these HHR facilities without limitation going forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And let me specify, lottery deems as to how many machines can be in a facility via the size of the facility by percentage of table games and others. So it's not like somebody can come in and buy 100,000 square foot place and put machines in it. That's not the case whatsoever.
Yeah. My question to you is, why not, if you're concerned that maybe this doing away with this limit is premature, why not propose delay for a couple of years of the a decision on whether or not to continue this limit?
That's a great question, Representative, and I guess I'm looking from, and we spoke a little earlier, so from the perspective of the interest and the interests that have already come in and bought some of these smaller operations. I think if we were to add a few more years onto it, we'd have a better measure and a better look at the impact of that. But again, we'll be sitting here talking about the same issue, I feel, because there are going to be more that if this is as profitable as we projected last biennium, the cat's out of the bag. These big players are coming in and buying these rooms up. It's not going to stop there. So let's set the mark. Let's set the limit as a state as to how much gaming, and moreover, if we don't allow for that, it lessens the pool for these charities that count on these dollars too. If they stop popping up these smaller sites, they're going to take away. For instance, Salem's lucky in that room is pretty profitable. It does not have HHR, but it's a very profitable room. So I'll say 35 charities. Some of them are the legacy charities going back to 06 or earlier that literally build out everything they do for the community from these dollars. If 5 more rooms were to pop up in Salem, that the available dollars for those core charities to the community, they'll be scrambling, what charities are going to fill these slots. I mean, Lottery does a phenomenal job. I believe these operators do a phenomenal job with their charity coordinators. And we've all heard the testimony from the charities that come in and tell us the impact of these dollars. I think that the industry, when is saturation point for the industry too? I definitely don't want to be, Atlantic City North up here. This is still New Hampshire, so, and I'm a very pro gaming guy, but there's a limit to everything.
Representative Schamberg.
Just a quick question to you. What's your understanding of the demand to open more facilities?
So currently the number is the number, right? There are 8 operating with HHR. There are others in a queue at various stages. And there are approximately 1,200 machines in place in the state. The plurality are in Seabrook, not quite half. Seabrook, the brook. I would submit, I think soon, but I don't know when, we'll hit a place where there'll be saturation without even this expansion. But candidly, I think we said that saturation is probably 2,000 of these things across the state, the bulk of which would be, if the market dictated, would be in Rockham, Hillsborough County. Not because the most people in the state live there, but because it's closer to where more people in Massachusetts. And Encore is not a friendly place to visit in terms of a customer. It's hard to get to. Parking's not great. Traffic is ridiculous. And so I think as soon as the others come online, I think you're going to hit a saturation point of the state. By the same token, you know, I think we're free market folks, and the market would dictate where they go and how. As Representative Doucette said, there are things in place that we put in through rule that limit the size of these places, meaning there has to be so much square footage dedicated to floors, dedicated to machines, that the maximum amount of revenue can't exceed more than 6.3 times the table revenue, so that there's the balance of what it looks like as well as what the charities receive for revenue. So as he suggested, there's no ability to airdrop 1,000 of these things into an abandoned Sears. The limits are there. Moreover, the cost to stand one of these things up on its own is in the mid 7 figures because of our requirements for controls, anti-money laundering, surveillance, floors, the the certification through the laboratory. It's a complicated process. So that has a natural barrier to things, all those elements.
Representative Shaneberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Doucette, I compliment you on the charity reduction so that they get more on their fee when they file. You know, what was it, $50 a year? Okay. And the SGO, the single, you know, the game. How about the PGO, the GOE, and the facility? Are those people that do not have any money when they come into this, or they can't afford the facility, $250 a year? They can't afford, whoever owns that facility, could be a big owner. If they own 10%, I'm sure they can afford the $250 a year times 3. And I'm sure the GOE, the game operator, can afford the $750 a year. I just wonder why those are reduced for those 3 areas.
And thank you for the question. And
you're welcome.
As stated earlier, I agree with you. I just saw lowering fees as the thing to do. I think most specifically, the most important component of this, in all seriousness, is the fees to the charities and the worker bees. Let's make it easier to go to work on Monday and not have to worry about paying to do that work.
I'm in agreement with you.
And I guess I would ask Lottery too, does this reflect on does it help you in any way only having to license these folks every 3 years? I'm talking about the dealers and the pit bosses and whatnot.
So I just want to make a correction. I did the fiscal impact and I did it thinking that it was one fee to cover the 3-year period. But Mr. Newman pointed out to me that no, it's the same fee every year. They're just not having to submit for a criminal background check. That's really what this does. The only reduction actually in the fees has to do with the primary game operator. I believe it was 500 and it's down to 100 now. Those are basically your pit bosses. And the charities, it used to be $25 per game date. Now it's a solid $50 regardless of how many game dates you have.
And just to interject here, and I failed to, when they file that affidavit annually, they pay Lottery the fee, but they don't have to pay the extra $75 to have their fingerprints checked. They attest to the affidavit and
For background checks, all is $25 too.
25, but
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, no.
it saves them some money, and it frees up some time for lottery, I would think, and I would imagine that if something were to come to pass in a 3-year span, that they would find out, and they have to attest to these affidavits. It's just smoother operation.
I will just mention, as an employer, hiring is hard, and we're hiring dealers. A lot of them in New Hampshire, we have to train ourselves because there's not a lot of other casinos, so you have to train them. So, to get them to apply, to get them trained is quite a big deal, and then to have them go through a lot of hoops and a lot of expense to get their license is hard. So anything we could do for them would be wonderful. Yes, Representative Ullery.
Regarding fingerprinting, it's my understanding they don't change much. So, and the question is, do you or safety retain the fingerprints?
Safety would be the better person to answer this question, but it's my understanding that no, after a certain brief period, I think it's like 30 days, they don't maintain them after that period.
Follow up.
So if we were to put a clause in here that says retain for 3 years or retain for as long as they have a license, then you'd have those fingerprints on file at all times. You wouldn't need to redo them all the time. You wouldn't, and if they're not keeping them for very long, they're useless because they're only there for 30 days. So if a carve out for retention of these fingerprints was included in this, and somebody else had to do it, and by the way, the only place they're wiped out of is Concord, not where they were sent down to be checked in Washington. They're still on file down there, believe me. So I'm just trying to get around this concern about having somebody bypass.
It's not the fingerprints so much that to keep on file. It's more going through the criminal background check. And I can tell you it's a huge hardship for the dealers and the charities who they haven't done anything wrong, nothing changes over time, but they're going to attest that nothing has changed, and then every 3 years they'll go through the whole process again. It's not the fingerprint so much as the criminal background check. Would you agree? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When I had my PI license, we had to have, it's $25 for the criminal background check, and that's the state one. It's $75 if you do the multi-state NCIC check, which should or should not, it may or may not, I should say, include a province's check through RCMP, but only because we're close. And we did that every 2 years as part of the fee. But then again, private investigators are doing some stuff that deals directly with people as opposed to mere money.
Yeah, to your point, Representative, I mean, these folks are on camera 24/7. So when they're dealing, there's never the issue in terms of the activity because they're surveilled. We'll go back to video. So the activity is less intrusive in the PI's license.
Yeah, I want to be in the control room because then I can make sure I know what I'm getting.
Yeah, just so you know, our dealers and our staff are highly regulated, watched constantly. If there's any aberration, it's looked at. I mean, this is really tight because we do believe that we're stewards of charity money and state money, so we are very, very careful. So to have people go through a full criminal background check every year it's a little bit demoralizing for some of our charities, especially many of who run these local charities are bank presidents, and they don't have to go through a criminal background check for that. So it does seem excessive, and I know it's hard on lottery staff to be chasing all this stuff all the time. It's just like a huge paperwork thing. So, all right. Anything else you wanted to highlight? One thing I just should mention, I'm just being transparent here. You guys know I've got a little place down the street. We work very hard to make money for charities and keep the lights on, but we don't always make money every day. It's gaming, and there are days, several days a month, maybe, that the operator loses money, just so you know. But over the 10-day period, of course, the charities are held completely harmless. But over the 10-day period, the charities always make money, the state always makes money, and we get to keep the lights on. But recently this came to my attention, so I just want to be transparent about it, that there was a change in a form that we fill out every month, and if we lost money on a day, we didn't have to pay the tax. But now the way the form has changed, we're paying taxes on a zero revenue day. While I have you here, is that something you can comment on? Or
That's probably best discussed outside since it's particular to your the game operators.
oh, okay, I've heard this from other operators, so I'm just like, I didn't know
Right.
where that came from.
I
or-
have been given the comment. I am going to be looking at it, but I can't answer that right
Okay, great. I've heard this from not just myself, but just want to make sure that I'm being transparent. Okay, anything else on this bill? Yes, Representative Pratt.
I'll just say I'm treasurer of Lions Sight and Hearing Foundation of New Hampshire, and we received like $30,000, which has gone to purchase of eye screeners. So we go into schools, and I won't call it a camera because parents freak. It's a screener, and it automatically takes a picture, tells anything wrong that might be wrong with the kid, and it comes out with needs referral, and we refer through the school nurse. And we've caught a lot of cases of kids who couldn't see well, including one who had cancer behind the eye we caught.
Anything else on this? Yes, Representative Leapley.
Sorry, this is I just have two things. One, if we're thinking about the worker, I guess I have a couple thoughts. One, like when you hire, could make part of your hiring, like we'll pay your fees for this, right? It does say that the person, if they're dealing for a variety of places, they would have to have a different badge for each place. Which seems like if they're paying the licensing fee, they're licensed to do something, like they should have a badge that says, this is who I am, I'm licensed to do this. Why do they have to have multiple badges?
So they would pay one application fee, and currently it's different, but under this change, they would pay one application fee. The badge fee is $10. It's just so that they have one that gives the game room, because each employer that they're working for is going to want their game room specified on their name badge. So they'll be licensed, like you said, for wherever, but they'll need a badge that says so for that particular room.
Which seems weird to charge the employee to advertise for their employer, but if that's how it's done, I guess that's how it's done. It looks like I'm just looking at the internet as we're sitting here, and it looks like the two proposed new gaming charities, one in Lebanon, one in Concord, one is 17,000 square feet that's being proposed, and one is 24,000 square feet. How does that compare with the size of the places that we're talking about in Salem?
Well, I
'Cause
don't know
this
that
sounds big to me.
those are obviously big, but those aren't new licenses. Those are current license holders that are applying, looking into buying a different property and expanding their operation. And I'm sure the director can speak to it.
Certainly, compared to certain facilities, they're large. Like, for example, if you compare it to Berlin's very small. But others, they're actually much, much smaller than. When you compare it to a normal sized casino, it's dwarfed.
Okay.
I'd make the MGM comparison. It's like a difference between a lion and a kitten in terms of size difference. They're very small. Because a lot of that facility, to be sure, we require a significant table presence as part of the license. And also the surveillance room, count rooms. There are significant back office facilities that absorb a lot of space. So 17,000 square feet seems like a lot, but it's not as big as you'd think when you walked in and see what the floor would look like.
So to go back to the question about 14 and limiting, whatever the number is, 14, 15, are we talking about limiting the game room number or the licensees? Because if these are being opened by people who already hold a license, couldn't they open multiple new rooms?
No, it was our interpretation, and it's been enforced personally by me, that said, no, if there was one facility, that's through one facility, and you can move it under the provisions of the prior law within the jurisdiction. So if it was within Concord, it could stay within Concord, it could go someplace else.
So,
Representative Doucette's Salem has provisions that say it can only go in certain places. Some jurisdictions have those restrictions, so it can only go in, industry A, for example. But that would limit it. It's not like you can split off and there's no.
so just to clarify, I'm understanding right. So the new place in Lebanon, if it opens,
Yes,
it's not an additional place.
Correct.
They had it over here. They're moving it over here to expand or for whatever reason.
correct. So
Okay.
to make sure, Representative, so that you're clear, I'm clear, you're clear. That's for historic horse racing. As for games of chance, as we said before, there's no limit on the applications that can be for that. But a games of chance license would have to go with the new HHR location and would only be one.
And the bill in front of us is limiting HHR only?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to my argument, if there was going to be an influx of people who wanted to open charitable gaming rooms, there would be right now. It would happen right now. But my suspicion and fear is when we hit that July 1 date of 24, then all bets are off. So best defense is a good offense.
Representative Almy, did you have your hand up?
I could comment on the Lebanon thing. It's a very small room now. I don't know how they fit in both machines and poker tables, frankly. And some people say that there's almost nobody in it, and other people say that some days it's crowded. But it's a former Honda dealer down the street from me. And it's one building off from the largest thrift store in our region, which I don't especially appreciate, but there it is. What I wanted to ask about was technical or mechanical defects. This bill was not amended when it left EDNA. They just sent it here.
Was this bill in EDNA?
I don't. No, I don't think.
No,
I don't think the bill.
says- Oh, no, this one, did we get this first? Why are
Yeah.
we discussing it now?
Just because there was a lot of questions.
No, but what I mean is, we didn't start to know about this bill until very recently.
Well, no, we did the original hearing on this, what, 2-3 weeks ago? And
February.
no,
Yeah.
do you
It
remember?
was February 9th. I
February
believe
9th.
the first hearing was.
Okay.
Mm.
So now we're just doing follow up with all the bills.
Yeah.
There was lots of questions on. I figured we'd
Okay,
hash
so
it out.
there's whole lots of technical or mechanical defects they wanted corrected, and somebody ought to pay some attention to those, I presume.
Yeah, as put our fiscal note representative, we submitted what we thought were technical defects with the bill.
Okay.
The fiscal note for us, I think I had to apologize. Our prior hearing, we submitted this the day of the hearing last time. So these what our suggested technical changes to the bill.
Yeah, only a few of us got it at that point.
Okay, so the what we handed out today, that's what we're talking about, is the
Yeah.
technical things we need to look at?
Yeah.
Okay,
Final page,
okay. Page
4.
4. Is there
Five, but I
5?
don't have 5.
Okay, so there's only 4. Okay. So, okay, so we do need to read through these probably, and
Doing another page.
Representative just said, do you want to take a look at these a little bit more detail and see what we need to do? Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else? Awesome. Okay, we will stop the work session on House Bill 607. And we will go to House Bill 486. Okay, 486 is relative to vehicle registrations and reciprocal toll collection enforcement agreements. We had a public hearing on in January 31st, going way back. There was a lot of questions. I asked Representative Orrs to take a little more of a detailed look at it, and love to hear what you learned, and then kind of go for there and learn, see what we are. Do you want to tell us what you think?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to offer a special thanks to Representative Ulrey for volunteering me for this task. And I wanted to congratulate the rest of you for hanging in here all day, and we saved the best for last. Let me just put it that way. How's that? Okay, so I believe HB 486 is inexpedient to legislate. To do anything other than to, I believe, leave things as they are is going to hurt DOT and DMV's collection of tolls and fines and so on. In addition to that, we have a fee schedule that I've learned. The initial fine is $50 if it ever goes that far. It isn't the $250 that the representative that sponsored the bill initially said. So that was just an error, I'm sure. I could not confirm that anywhere with DOT or DMV. I did try to contact the representative that sponsored the bill, and my request for information was not returned. So we're looking at several points here: toll violations, toll collection, notification, and eventually DMV and suspension. After I did not get a response, I did go back and watch the sponsor of the bill. I watched their testimony and John Cochran's from DOT. I believe that the system could be improved, and improvement would basically be eliminating the system altogether. The other improvement that could be done, which is already being done, is instead of 20 manual requests for payment a month to the other states, the system is being automated. It's currently pretty much done with Massachusetts, and they're testing it and so on. And Maine is a few months further behind. Personal notification seems to be very adequate. It was testified that the representative's son or young adult, teenage son or young adult, went through the toll booth one time and got fined $250, etc. This does not seem to be the case. I'm sure the world can turn upside down and accidents do happen. However, if it did happen, it was a one-off. So the way the process actually works is, once there are 10 violations, a notification goes out, and they have 30 days to respond. After that 30 days, a second notification goes out on a pink card, and the reason for the pink card is to get their attention. Make sure that they've seen the notification. If 30 days go by and there's no response, there is a third notification, which takes approximately 30 days. It is 30 days. If there's no response, the fourth notification they get is 30 days. So now we're up to 120 days. And along with that, the DMV process to suspend the registration begins. However, nothing is done. It sets it up like an Excel spreadsheet you're going to work on and do a project or whatever. It just sets it up. Then if in 30 days there is no response, that's when the DMV suspension comes into play. And of course, the individual would not know their suspension's going to be forthcoming unless they either read the notifications or had some idea as to what's going on in their life or whatever. So we are at the 150-day mark minimum, considering that there may be time in between each of those 30-day notifications of a couple of days, maybe part of a week, whatever. So in conclusion, the DMV's hold on a registration is definitely not targeting the occasional toll violator. Based on my review and in my experience, DMV is targeting habitual toll violators that accumulate approximately $500 plus or minus in delinquent tolls. Now, it's beyond the scope, I'm sure, of the committee and my time and so on and so forth for me to go in person and do a personal audit, which normally I would do if I was doing an audit. In this case, I think the information I've received, and being an auditor, you may have seen me a couple times question people in here, and sometimes I got a little carried away, and I apologize for that. I believe I've covered this like 14 ways to Sunday. I've peeled back the onion, and I don't think there's anything left on the table. Again, I could have missed something. Somebody could have lied to me. I don't think DOT would lie to me. I don't think DMV would. I think they're very forthcoming. I think they're actually a fantastic organization, the way they operate. And my hat's off to them for the way they do this whole operation. Again, I don't think it can be improved unless, A, we get to automation, and B, or we just canceled the whole toll easy pass system altogether entirely. Thank you.
I think you've generated some questions. Yes, Representative Platt.
Yes, thank you for taking my question.
Madam Chair, do I have to take questions? Just kidding. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Discussion.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Representative, I see a whole bunch of hands. Representative Ullery?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One, the way you describe it sounds like a very operational system that would work. Personal experience with them and forgetting to move my transponder from vehicle to vehicle. It's not the way that they operate. Number two, did you discuss with them the corruption that exists that has been made very obvious in the press regarding suspension of registrations for violating Massachusetts or Maine toll provisions?
So, excuse me, what was your first point? Your experience doesn't follow
Doesn't
what?
comport with what the rules are. When I get a pink, the first notification's pink, and it's 6 months after, and that's the only notification received. But that's personal experience, and that's with legislative plates on. Second issue was regarding the well-publicized problems that both Maine and Mass have regarding their operations and their demands to suspend registrations of New Hampshire residents.
So, your first point, in my experience, I have gone through the tolls. I went through 3 or 4. I was discussing this with Rhett Rochert today, and it picked up my transponder on one, did it on the second, it did on the third, and if there was a fourth, it also picked that up. Within a week, I had a picture of me obviously driving the car, my car, plates and everything, and here's my fee. I think it was like $21 and change. I picked up the phone, called the Easy Pass system, the 800 number, I think it was. Within a couple of minutes, I had somebody on the line. I explained to them what happened. They checked their system and they said, "You're good. We cleared it, all said and done." So, like I said earlier in my pitch, like anything else in life, especially in the world of automation, there could be a one-off. But okay, you're shaking your head no. So Yeah, I can't speak to that. Now, as for the corruption in the Mass and Maine, and as far as collecting tolls, I am on the take, so I can't. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to see if anybody was paying attention. So that subject never came up. I have not heard of that. I don't know how that would impact the individual in terms of paying a fine of $50 or whatever. But are you saying that they're using this as blackmail?
No, Massachusetts, if you evade the tolls in Massachusetts on the Easy Pass system, they have the ability to suspend your registration in New Hampshire, just like New Hampshire has the ability to suspend the registration of a Massachusetts resident for evading New Hampshire
Yes, I
tolls.
believe that is correct.
So the problem with Massachusetts, I think they fired one director and they had to redo their entire thing. There are literally millions of dollars sitting out there someplace, which hasn't been really taken care of because, well, it's Massachusetts and Maine used the same system for a
Yes.
long time.
So I won't mention names or companies, but as an auditor, a young auditor has handed a file worth millions of dollars. I was told to bury that file, and I did. I buried it right where I could find it. And after I looked at it and the auditors came through about 6 months later, I handed that file to the auditors, explained the situation, and in less than a year, the vice president and the president of the company were fired. So corruption is out there, but that doesn't mean we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Follow up.
The point is, and I believe that was the bill's author point is, we shouldn't be subjecting New Hampshire residents to abuse by a foreign state because of their problems.
I absolutely agree, and the same would go for our own state, New Hampshire. In this situation, as far as I can tell, unless I was to go in and do an audit, it appears that this system, it doesn't introduce the first fine until after 150 days notification, and it's not until after 90 days notification does the, if you want to call it a ticket, as I mentioned earlier, the possible, if you think of it as an Excel spreadsheet for suspension, is started. So I don't know if your situation's a one-off. The corruption obviously sounds to me like it's well publicized, but I am not aware of it. And the fact that corruption could exist, oh, shocking off, the government's involved. So as far as I can tell, though, a fine of $50, I mean, I went to OLS, I had an amendment drafted up to start the fine at $300 and end the fine at $300, thinking that what we were told initially, the fines were $250, $500, and $1,000. But after I got all the information, it's like, well, that amendment would have hurt people more than helped people. And so I just trashed it. I believe that this system works. I believe that once it's automated, it's going to be better. I can't speak to corruption. There are problems in all areas of our society. But I think the system works. I think it works well. And once it's automated,
Representative Ames.
Oops. I just want to thank the representative for doing a thorough job and making it easier for the rest of us. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Representative Platt.
Yeah, the one concern I walked away with at the public hearing, I think you've addressed, which was whether the penalty was proportionate with the level of amount due. But after all that length of time, the several notices they get, and it's only $50, I don't see that at all. And so I think this bill should be ITL, period.
Thank you for making that point. I agree. That's what I thought. After 5 notices spanning at least 150 days, a $50 fine, it's like nothing, considering the amount of time that's been wasted tracking this thing. And to think that the second level fine is only $100. I mean, if they ever got to 500 or 1,000, they earned it.
Well, I think it was also a discussion, if I remember, or I can read my notes, was the proportionality, right? Losing someone's ability to register their vehicle seems harsh, was the other thing I remembered. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. But the information that Representative Orrs has gotten us not only talks about the fines, but that there are usually 10 violations that have happened before. So we're not talking about, oh, I forgot to put my transponder on the car. Oops, my bad. It was, I chose to not do it at least 10 times, even after I noticed it the first one. Corruption occurs everywhere in life. There are bad people in every profession. I have no doubt about that. I think, though, that the system works, and doing anything with this bill other than ITL, in my mind, is a bad idea.
Representative Ullery. And, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Representative Rochefort had his hand up. I apologize. And then
Thank you. So the issue, so I get it. I mean, it's not the one-time offense that you're going to lose your ability to register your car. It's 10. But you think about
10
going
times.
10 times back and forth the Callahan Tunnel. It's $2.05 one way. So, you go back to Logan 5 times, and yes, there could be intentional, right? But to violate something in Massachusetts for $20.50, and granted you're ignoring the whatever subsequent notices, and losing the privilege to drive in New Hampshire for something that occurs in Massachusetts, that's my hang up on it. I don't think that, were they intentional? Absolutely, at that point, right? I mean, are they ignoring the fines? Yes. But we're not talking about a public safety issue. We're not talking about somebody drunk driving, putting people's lives in danger. We're skipping out on a toll that happened in another state. That's the part that I am struggling with, is that I don't think the punishment fits the crime. And, fully admitted, driving is a privilege. You're ignoring things. I just acknowledge everything that you're saying, but to say that it doesn't rise to the level of the inability to register your car, that's where I'm stuck on. And I don't see it that way. I mean, I think there may be some workarounds. We could probably work through this, but I don't see it rises to that level, something committing in something another state.
Yeah,
So-
well, thank you very much for making that point. First of all, I absolutely agree with you. Second of all, full disclosure, we had lunch together and he bought my lunch, so I got to be careful. No, I'm just kidding. See, you're still paying attention. That's good. So, Representative Rocha, I do agree with you. However, it's not just the 10 tolls, right? In and out 5 times. So after the 10 tolls, they got 30 days to respond to paying that toll. Then if they never ran another toll booth, they got another 30 days. And then if they haven't run another toll booth, they got another 30 days. And then if they haven't run, that happens 5 times. So all I'm saying is, after 120 days, that starts the clock where eventually, if they don't pay, they're going to get dinged. And even with that, if they walked in and paid, it would go away. And the worst they would have to do is pay their tolls and $50. And what we see in our society is the person that's habitually picked up for having a headlight out, or their car is uninspected, it's usually a chain of events that's going on. Like the person that was picked up just recently, I just read it in the Concord paper, where they were picked up they were pulled over for having a shattered windshield, and they're driving around. Well, they didn't have a license, I don't believe. No registration.
Yeah, but they let me go.
Yeah, and there were other charges, and I'm like, and all it was a broken windshield. So I'm saying the person that's going to habitually run these tolls, and the pattern is, if you looked at the spreadsheet in there, I mean, we're talking thousands. Some of these people, I mean, you add the big ones up and you're talking thousands of violation. So at what point, even if they did it in Massachusetts, I don't care if they did it in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, this is an irresponsible person that doesn't give a hoot. Thank you.
All right, I see lots of hands up. So what I'd like to do is start in this corner and work my way all the way around. That way everyone gets a chance. Anything else, Representative Rochefort, right now? Representative Fellows, did you have anything to question or add on this discussion? Okay.
I think we should ITL that bill.
Okay, and moving along to Representative Schamberg, did you have your hand up? No. Representative Ullery.
Yeah, two quick comments for the committee. DOT has been before Criminal Justice and the House DOT Committee. And before both of those committees, where I was sitting in, they said, we're not bill collectors. We don't have anything to do with bill collecting. We have no system in place to do bill collection. And now you're telling us they do have a system. So either they were lying then or they're lying to you, sir.
Well, I think we have a little bit of a disconnect there. DOT is not a bill collector. DMV does collect money. It's DMV that's driving this.
Okay, Representative, Ames, you didn't have any. Representative Almy.
I do. We're not just talking about people that aren't paying attention and don't want to pay in particular. What we're talking about is the integrity of the Turnpike Fund and the ability of the Turnpike Fund to pay for the Turnpike to continue to operate. And if we make it known to the people of Massachusetts that they can come here and go scot-free by not paying our tolls, which a lot of them do come into the southern part of the state and through towards Maine, then there are going to be a lot more of them not paying their tolls. I guarantee you. I got a lot of Massachusetts relatives.
In full disclosure. Okay, Representative Platt.
I think Representative Almy just said what I'm going to say. It's different words. But this is a 3-state agreement, reciprocal agreement. So yes, we may be suspending New Hampshire licenses for tolls owed in Massachusetts, but the opposite is also true. Massachusetts drivers' licenses get suspended, registrations get suspended when they're not paying New Hampshire tolls, and I think that benefits New Hampshire a whole bunch more than Mass, just because of the number of southern people coming up here into our state. You know, I'm from the Massachusetts originally myself. I moved when I was 9, so forgive me.
Okay, other comments? Hands over here. Representative Doucette, anything?
Well,
Representative?
so I have to say that, thank you, Madam Chair, but you just took the words out of my mouth. You son of a. So, but I also, it's more than a 3-state agreement, though. I think it was like, Connecticut, Vermont, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I think it would be.
The other states are insignificant in terms of materiality. It's 1.3%, I believe so.
Yeah.
But you're right, it is the other states too. And they're listed in your paperwork.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Leapley, not to put you on the spot, but we're kind of going around the room just to get it. Okay, good. Representative Soti, any thoughts? Representative Elberger, anything else? Good. Okay. All right. Well, good discussion. We're not taking a vote or anything yet. Maybe something we can deal with tomorrow at our exec session. Something to think about? I don't know. Okay. All right, guys. Phew. Another big day. Thank you very much. We'll see you here tomorrow at 1:15, and we'll see what we can get done. And if we can, the things that we get done, if we can be prepared with whoever makes the motion, maybe have something drafted up so that we can, you can fine tune it. We can hand it off to the committee assistant, that we can get more stuff to the House clerk, so he'll be happy. Great. Thank you. Just to remind, Republicans will be caucusing tomorrow at 10 a.m. in some room on the floor, third floor. 300, something like that? Okay.